Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Roulette Live with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, since it is Saturday, we're going to go, you know, extra long with the Roulette. However, on that note, I have a specific target of Roulettes to make, which means that there is a few things that are going to be a little bit different, at least at first. It might be the whole stream, but at least at first. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that I might actually be a little bit pressed for time to make that target, I will basically just be choosing a job and queuing, just like that. So if you want to snipe me, you know, go ahead. But it might be hard, because I might pick a job with an instant queue. And the target is, of course, to first catch up. And then, you know, take it more relaxed. If I hit a point where I'm like, oh, I'll easily make it now, I'll probably start, you know, calling when I'm going to queue again, and maybe be, you know, a little more, you know, random with my job picks, instead of going, this is one I can do something quickly with. So basically the interesting aspect of this is that this is how Roulette streams and videos would look if my target was always to just get as many duties done as possible. I'm not going to be leaving duties, so if we get a problematic extreme, quote-unquote problematic extreme, that's just how it is. And if I don't make my target, then I don't make it. But that is just something to take note of. I have not brought the Wheel of Jobs, and I will just be queuing for stuff as we go, to see how quickly I can get it all done. Now, before I do that, hey Zaf, hey Taldemar, hey Shaq, hey Zeros, hey Lana, hey Aradel, hey Naomi, hey Jen Monica, hey Riftwalker, hey me who else, hey Tina Lee, hey Ilya, hey Tabi, hey Matthew, hey Shackman, hey Kiwi, hey Bob, hey Popular Monster, hey Gassel. Hope you're all doing very well. Did you mention what's the target? You can probably guess what the target is, but I thought it would be funnier if I didn't tell you what the target is. Then you won't all... I don't know, maybe... Yeah, exactly, Matthew, but you don't know how far I am. Hey, Ham and Liam, hope you're doing well. Right, I'll start with Sage. Yeah, then imagine, Matthew, imagine if I was at 997. My target is 1000. Oof, I don't know if I'll make it, I'll have to hurry. Hey, Free Life, hope you're doing well. Never reap. Hey Yannick, hope you're doing well. Yeah. Hey Ricardo, hope you're doing well. And thank you so much, I'm glad to hear that. And welcome to the game. I think the dancer is single targeting. I'm actually pretty confident the dancer is single targeting. Oh boy. And would they be single targeting when the AoE is the bread and butter? Well, the thing is, there can be many reasons why someone would be using the single target stuff when there's multiple targets. A lot of the time, it's not understanding the math. For instance, take a really, like, here's the thing actually, speaking of them not doing AoE, take a really close look at the Samurai's buffs. And remember that there is a dancer and they're level 60. There it is. And the dancer didn't use standard finish in the whole first third of the duty. Hey, little cat, and Raging Bolt. Hope you're doing well. It's one of those cases where, based on what I can see, there might be a lot of things to unpack, and they might be genuinely new to the job. And if they're not new to the job, like, hypothetically, if they are not new to the job, then there are so many things going wrong here that I don't know where. I'm not sure where to start. But if they are new, then it's very easy to just go, just let them have this one. Exactly, their level isn't synced down. That is a good sign that they might be very new. Ricardo says, are MSQ spoilers allowed in these streams? Sure, we usually try to not be too specific when it's something turbo spoilers, but, you know, for the most part, I might Q mentor it and land in an MSQ spoiler. So people checking in might have to just come to terms with the fact that that something might come up. Hey Yanza, hope you're doing well. Player AoEs to split damage, right? I'm not joking, Matthew. I have actually seen some players that thought that. And not just players that are like silently thinking that to themselves, as in, yeah, I have explained to someone that no, actually, they just do the same damage to all of them. Amy Zanaji, hope you're doing well. So here comes the really hard bit. And it comes down partly to whether the Dark Knight knows what's coming. And we're doing all 5. Oh. I hope that they're ready to send a Living Dead. Otherwise, we're going to see a repeat of something we saw quite recently. Did he just I think he survived by sheer virtue of happened to have enough HP. It can't. No, wait, it will. Yeah, exactly, Liam. The problem is that if AoE attacks actually did split up the damage evenly, then they would never make sense to use. So, like, if you sit down and compare them to single target attacks, you'd very quickly be like, well, that's stupid. But the thing is, and this circles back to something I've said in videos in the past, is start with the assumption that the actions in the game make sense. And then prove that they don't before you cast them aside as being stupid. The reason why I'm saying it like that is because if we assume all actions make sense to use, just flat, as like hands down, then you're going to very, very quickly run into things like Scathe, which actually don't have that much of a purpose when you really think about it. Yeah, there's this icon here next to the level when you're synced down. You'll also notice on gear that it shows the same thing in the icon there. But if you, like, the thing is, the reason why I say that, assume your actions like make sense and have a purpose, is that the way some players would reason that, oh, if the AoE attack's damage is split evenly, that's stupid. That means I should never use my AoE attacks. And then they don't, as in they actually reach that conclusion that if the damage is split evenly, then the AoE attacks suck. And then they don't go, there must be something wrong with the math here. I must be misunderstanding. They just go with it. It's because they assume that, it's because the game is stupid. They don't assume that it's them who's misunderstood something. Free Life says that Google's dumb AI has told me some weird things recently, like Scathe is Black Mage's most powerful attack. To be fair, it's only in Final Fantasy XIV that Scathe sucks. I've heard that in certain other Final Fantasy games, Scathe is like Ultima levels of power. But in 14, it's, yeah. It's not great. Really random how much easier these packs are than the first 2/3 of the duty. Cat says testing the AoE potency thing would also take 2 GCDs. It would, yes. Like, again, there are things that people claim on some of my Mythbuster videos and such, where it's like, if you spent 15 seconds of your day testing this yourself, then you wouldn't be here telling me this lie. But here we are. In retrospect, I probably didn't have to step away with that. Hey Nixies, hope you're doing well. And yet that's probably also true. If they don't understand the basics. Hey Ashley, hope you're doing well. The thing is, the Shadowbringers dungeons are to some degree considered a significant step up in difficulty, Ashley. Especially Holminster Switch. So if having a bit of trouble there, that shouldn't necessarily be a cause for concern. If you're still managing, that's good enough. It's actually not uncommon that I have to like GCD heal when I'm healing in Holminster Switch. Sometimes even while it appears that my tank is doing everything right. There's also the part, Riftwalker, that in some niche cases, the Hall of the Novice actually teaches something that is wrong. Hey Caetsu, hope you're doing well. Let's try Gunbreaker. What's the one piece of advice that's worth giving to a Cure 1 bot healer? Your time is more valuable than your MP. And we all save time by you attacking. I think that's the best one I could give for just one tip. Also, thank you, Aradil. And hey, Fila, hope you're doing well. And hey, Marcus, hope you're doing well as well. And Truck Driving Gamer. What do you mean, trying to confuse you, Truck? Oh. Because we're not raiding today. Yeah, we raided Tuesday because one of our raiders is on holiday. And yep, first guild test. And first MSQ Roulette. This one is the fast one though. If our team is up to the task, we can be done here about as fast as we finished Neverreap. Including cutscenes. Hey Tess, hope you're doing well. Hey Seraph, hope you're doing well. Yeah, this team comp is pretty solid for a fast run. Absolutely. That's also a good point from Fila. Is that every other week on the channel I do the walk and talk streams, and if you post a clip of you playing that we can review, then I might be able to straight up tell you whether you're doing something wrong, and that might be the reason why you're having trouble with Shadowbringers dungeons, for instance, if you want. Some people are like, just go, well, I don't have the technology, like maybe your PC can't actually record while you're playing, or some people are shy, that's also okay. There's like, it's just an offer. Thank you, Ardil. Yep, there is a specific dedicated channel for the rooms in the Discord for the for the reviews in the Discord server. And Astrologian is also one of those that can be particularly hard to learn while we're at it. Hey Freezy, hope you're doing well. And thank you, Peter. Also true, the monk is using mantra. Also, I'm not going to check, but based on how the monk greeted, there's a possibility that they're French. And the healer knows me, by the way. Our summoner says hello to the chat. Hey Dave, hope you're doing well. It sounds like you had a good time. Ashley says Caetsu is the Mr. Rogers of EU data center. Do you really think so? That's really high praise. Thank you. And the way he greeted, the monk said salute. It's a pretty common one in from French players, I believe. Nothing wrong with it. The reason why I pointed it out is because there's that whole stereotype with French players. But I don't quite agree with it. Right, that's true, Ardel. It's salut, right? Salut! Clip that. Go for it. Très bien. Yeah, thank you, Ashley. Nixie says, I remember then when this instance was 24-man. This instance was never 24-man. At least not in A Realm Reborn and beyond. It was 8-man. But not 24. Imagine if it was. That might actually have made this whole thing feel like it made a little more sense. Like, there was actually, before it was, when it was 8-man, there was a whole section down there you can see that it's blocked off. You had to, like, place bombs and stuff. I should probably have held that danger zone. I have to choose between... I guess I'll hold No Mercy for a couple GCDs. Well, you see, Shaq, the reason why Blasting Zone has so much more potency than Danger Zone is to compensate for losing a cool name. Actually, I believe the general consensus and like calculations, like the math, is that Warrior will do more damage with its single target rotation than a Gunbreaker will do with its single target rotation at level 50. That basically what I've been told is that even like that somehow Warrior is surprisingly underestimated in this particular aspect. Because it's a little strange to calculate your direct crits. That's true answer. Scholar can also solo Castrum Meridianum Synced. The only problem in the whole thing is beating the Black Eft. Both Scholar and Sage can. Cat has done it with Sage, I've done it with Scholar. Scholar can also solo Autumn Veil Synced. I'm actually pretty sure I did the Aurum Veil minimum item level as well, but I might remember that one wrong. The one point where the tank damage output gets really crazy is if you have a duty where there's like a mix of single target and AoE. I think there's a possibility nowadays that that Paladin might be like mega cooking, because as I've mentioned in Mentor Roulette videos and such, Prominence being 220 potency means that Paladin has ridiculously good scaling with AoE. Have you ever tried the White Mage trick? Yes, I have seen it happen, yes. What is once it gets healing, Yannick? Oh, the AoE on Paladin? See, the thing is, Yannick, in this particular comparison, we're talking about who's doing the most damage. We're going to quickly assume that you have a healer. If you don't have a healer, then Paladin is nearly unable to function at like level 50 in a you know, synced duty context. And yeah, also Circle of Scorn is also pretty crazy. But you know what's even funnier about me going on this tirade about how crazy strong Paladin's AoE is? A Paladin AoEing out of their mind at level 50 with Circle of Scorn on cooldown, with Fight or Flight, and just going 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 on the AoE, will be beaten by a White Mage just mashing Holy. Because that's how much AoE potency healers have. I'm actually pretty sure even an Astrologian just spamming Gravity will also win, but I haven't I ran the numbers on that one as much because the particular context I was comparing Paladin to a White Mage. But yeah, long story short, if you as the tank have any way to if you have any way, whoops, to as the tank prevent a scenario where your healer has to stop attacking on AoE to heal you, even stop attacking to heal you on single target if you really think about it. Then you might want to see if there's anything you can do about it. Like, the particular weakness Paladin would have at level 50 is that among all the 4 healers, among all 4 tanks, Paladin is the one where you actually are the most likely to have to stop attacking to heal the tank. And at this level, just like off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure that the Gunbreaker at level 50 is by far the one that will need the least healer assistance in, you know, casual duty. A particular thing that is worth keeping in mind is that if you are in an actually hard duty, like Coils of Bahamut or something, then Paladin being able to block might actually mean that less healing is required. So it's not so clear-cut that we can just grab that one and run to the bank with that for everything. It's just that when the fight is easy enough, then Paladin being unable to heal is a bigger problem than the others being unable to block. Yeah. Boom. I think it was 2 weeks ago, I had a stream where we got like 3 Castrum Meridianums. I'm pretty sure my fastest run there was closer to 13 minutes. Not that that is super important, but just food for thought. It's Yana, hope you're doing well. It's a new feature, Tess. Somewhere in the character configuration, I believe. I don't actually remember. It's a feature, but you have to enable it. It's turned off by default. Let's go back to let's do Scholar next. Do Grand Cosmos. Picks jobs manually still gets the supports first. Yeah, see, the thing is, because I know DPS tend to have a very long queue, I will probably deliberately keep picking supports until I feel like I'm actually safely ahead of what I'm trying to do. Ah, yes, the manual add low crit. Don't even need the luck. That was a removable stun. Was always funny. Hey Liv, hope you're doing well. It's a weird looking underkeep. Hey Eyelid, hope you're doing well. I'm just gonna go really far away, looking for where's kinda safe, and I just didn't see anything. Lucid dreaming. Well, Viper really had to log in there. I think they would have died if they gotten any more sweeps on them. Wait, what? I think... I'm not 100% sure what happened, but I think the tank took Tank Buster straight to the face with no defensives with 3 Bone Stacks. And yeah, no, that's not gonna work. Hey Lone Wolf, hope you're doing well. Yeah. That is my best guess, because I didn't actually see what happened. I just saw that they were suddenly dead. And I concluded I didn't have anything. Which is why I just kind of was like, well. And then next I look, they're dead. Yeah, exactly. That Tank Buster hurts. Look, loot. Yoink. Hey, Mr. Bright. Hope you're doing well. The tank is using defensives. I'm not quite sure why they're taking that much damage. I think it might just be expecting too much. Old gear? I don't... The only way you can get better about that popular monster is by playing healers more. It's the same thing with tanks. People are like, oh, it's too scary because what if I let people down? It's like, you'll feel like that in your first dungeon. You'll probably still feel like that in your 10th dungeon, maybe in your 20th dungeon, but at some point you'll reach this breaking point where you don't really mind because it's just one duty. Yeah, that is genuinely one of the most effective ways to get over being a little anxious about the content. Is I know it's a really unhelpful tip because you're like I'm worried because I don't have the experience. It's like, yeah, the way you do that is you just get experience. You're worried because you haven't done very many duties. As a job. Yeah, well, the only way you get over that is by doing more. Yeah, but the reason I haven't done many is because I'm scared. Because it's scary. Yeah, just do more anyway. Like, thanks. If it was that easy, I probably would have done it by now. You could also practice it with trusts, yeah, but it ultimately will still not replace just getting the actual practice. In fact, if you go in and practice a bunch with trusts, you know how you could get scared in a different way? I feel like I'm doing things right, but I wonder if I've just been doing things wrong all along and I just didn't know. And now I'm actually scared that I might go into a duty and then discover that I'm bad. And I just didn't know it. which is a very real possibility. You could go into a... you could practice a whole bunch as a... in trusts. And then... it turns out that the way you've been playing in trusts has been... you've been cure botting. You've just been spamming cure 1. It looked right to you. And that is simply why, like, even like trusts can definitely help you to like build up the confidence that you might know what you're doing, but it can also be scary in its own way because you might now have practiced the skill wrong. Hey Liz and Zvox, hope you're doing well. And also hey May, and Starling, hope you're doing well as well. And then Zfox also has a pretty good tip. If you can do an 8-man duty, that would allow you to, like, at least have a look in on how the, how a different healer does it. Which is also why sometimes getting better at a role requires that you let someone else have a go. As in, you could get better at dungeon healing by playing tank or DPS. Not like, sure, yes, you will also get better at understanding what they need. But you will also get better at just generally seeing what the healer does. You might also learn... This is going to be scary. You might get really tight on furniture to burn. You might also just learn... Like, you could learn that the other healer's doing something similar to what you're doing, and you're like, it doesn't work at all. That's garbage. That's terrible. Yes. We are going to be have to be very careful with our furniture now. We have exactly 5 pieces of furniture left. If anything more burns, someone will die. Hey Ziran, hope you're doing well. Yeah, there's going to be deaths now. Yeah, there's no point in casting Aurora on the Bard. The Bard is dead. There's nothing we can do. The fact that they got a res instantly might tell them that I knew. A long time ago... Poor Bard died from cringe. A long time ago, I had a run in this dungeon as tank. And I was pre-made with a healer. And we had a similar issue where, because of poor planning, we only had 3 pieces of furniture left. And I ran to grab one, but the only remaining furniture, a DPS, sprinted to beat my healer body too. Which meant that, of course, my healer friend would die. but neither of the DPS could rest. So, over time, like, the fight progressed, and at some point, both DPS died. And then I soloed the boss. Because as it turns out, this fight is really easy if you can make it to this point. So I just soloed it just to be like, yeah, well, if you had just been kind and let the healer have one, this would have been fine. But no, you had to have it. I don't think it took that long. There is the possibility that that DPS just didn't know that that was the last piece of furniture. Right? Like, that is a possibility. But, you know, no one complained that I soloed the fight. Emilio, hope you're doing well. And Nayo, hope you're doing well as well. And also true, now you would, like, the tank would just, like, if you're ever in the situation where you're the tank and you're the last man standing, if you're, like, just soloing the boss, then you're either forgetful or a jerk. Because either you have Phoenix Downs that you're refusing to use, or you don't have Phoenix Downs because you're forgetful. There's also the possibility that the person you rest with Phoenix Down died again. And then, like, you tried. Instant replacement warrior. Oh boy. No! Yeah, it's or you're a sweaty tryhard with pots. Oh yeah, because Phoenix Down shares cooldown with pots. Living la vida loca. Naya says you can get interrupted while using downs too. You might, but I have actually seen that you can, like, you don't get, like, you know how, like, when you get hit and then you get stopped in using an item in a duty or something? That doesn't happen with Phoenix Down. So while you might be able to be interrupted if you're, like, using the Phoenix Down while the boss is, like, winding up a tank buster on you, if they're just smacking you, you should be fine. Say about no. Hope you're doing well. Healing easy or harder on controller? I would say that it is harder, but I might not be the best person to ask because I have not played this game on controller ever. I mean, what I mean, Yannick, is that I'm pretty sure that you can be interrupted while using the Phoenix Down, but you don't get, like, auto-interrupted from just taking damage like some things do. On the other hand, I think paladins might actually not be interruptible because they're I don't remember if it's chivalry or divine magic. Divine magic mastery gives you complete immunity to being interrupted from damage, which is what would interrupt you while using Phoenix Down. Also, this is an interesting way to do the dragon. But it kind of works. Actually, someone is about to die, but it. Never mind. No, wait, we're still okay. We're still alive. You know what? I mean, this is incredibly stupid. However, I believe I'm seeing in the party chat the group basically complaining that this duty is mega boring anyway. So I feel like this is extremely justified. That is that is that is not what I mean when I say Sensor Dragon, just to be clear. That there is like if you poured me a cup of coffee while my cup is face down. Whoops. Like this. Pour me a cup of coffee in this. That's what we just had. Can we have Sensor Dragon? Sure. Yes. Really funny. That's all I'm saying. I am aware that if you just don't hit them, then they should naturally walk over to the back platform. The thing is, do you think that's gonna work? Do you think that's what's gonna happen? I'll be the funny tank that actually lets the platform people do something. I'm just saying, I thought that Center Dragon was hilarious, and we didn't wipe. Mai says, I've been told by a weird party that I was that whoever uses tank stands first has to do the pull. Is that right for the other tank to not use theirs at all? No. That you are correct. That is a weird party. That was a weird party. So here's the thing. Generally, good like being considerate, quote unquote, putting on your tank stance first is like an indication of I would like to tank, but that's as far as that goes. The other tank can still put on their stance if they want to. And again, the considerate thing would be the tank that put on stance first basically said dips on the tanking. So the considerate thing as tank 2 would be to maintain being second in enmity, which you can do by turning off your tank stance if you're going to over aggro, or not turning on your stance in the first place. But there isn't like a rule about it. It's just that some people have decided that. There are a lot of things, like a lot of rules in Final Fantasy XIV that people have decided. Also true, Liam, you could also use Shirk unless it's an alliance raid, in which case you can't use Shirk, in which case you have to just turn off your stance. But you might not notice that another tank has turned on their stance first in that case, so... But yeah, it's... Some people swear by very specific rules. And... There isn't like a law that says that the tank that puts on stance first gets to tank. Like, I will usually let the other tank if they turn on their stance first. I will even do it if they turn on their stance second. I don't mind. If you want to tank, you turn on your stance, and I'll take your word for it that you want to tank. But if you do it badly or do it incorrectly, then I will. Then I have a very short fuse. And if you do it badly too long, I will just taunt and stay at the top. And you might then say, well, they could just do things back to prevent you from stealing it. Yeah, but if they're bad at tanking, they don't know how to do that. What could you do when the other tank is fighting for aggro but standing with the rest of the party? You start spamming your ranged attack. Has an aggro multiplier. If they start spamming their ranged attack, then you have a problem. But it's very unlikely that they would do that. And if they do that while essentially griefing the party, then, well, you tell them to quit it. And there's a real possibility if it actually causes problems for the raid at large that they will actually get reported for griefing. If it gets to that. Like, if it actually gets to that. So, like, we can like, drag this, like, this hypothetical out really far, but at a certain point, like, the problem player, quote-unquote, can't do any more without being obviously griefing. And if they're obviously griefing, then, you know, like, there is a point where that's not how this works anymore. But if you have the problem that a tank is basically facing the boss towards the raid, putting them in danger, and they're not doing anything about it, you spam your ranged attack. The reason why you don't provoke is because if you provoke, they'll notice that they don't have aggro, and then they will provoke. So you spam your ranged attack, you get aggro, they provoke, you provoke. And now they can't win. You just stay ahead, and if they provoke, you provoke. The end. And if they start trying stuff to steal aggro again, then you start spamming your ranged attack. And the trick, as I've mentioned in a video before, is that spamming your ranged attack is extremely boring. So most players that would entertain this behavior will lose interest really fast. Or that's at least what you're banking on. You're just hoping that they'll lose interest. And then you can get back to playing the game. Also, that future past now is that it's reasonably unlikely that the strange tank that is causing problems will be able to bring the heat hard enough that you will need to worry about it. And that is also true, Freezy. That's also, like, that's kind of the deal, is that sometimes you'll meet players like this. But they should be rare. Knowing what you can do about it if you actually run into such a situation is nice. But let's hope you don't. Let's start with that. A Marauder tank in Euphrosyne who kept spamming Provoke. Bruh. I think... what's going on there? Seems our machinist knows me. I'll let the C's tank do the tanking. A really random tip for this fight, if you're ranged, is that the Magitech Deathclaws that spawn in will target the closest player to them. Which means that if you don't trust your team to help you if you get grabbed, then make sure you're closer than someone else. So that you don't end up in this situation. Where Alliance A's tank comes from beyond to try and help because no one else is. Oh, the key trick, Seraph, is if you don't trust your team to save you if you're grabbed, then you take a step closer because you do trust yourself to save them. That's what I do. I usually take a step further forward so that I'm certain that I don't get grabbed and I'm the first one attacking the claw when I'm ranged. But if I get grabbed, then I'm not the first one attacking it because I won't be attacking. This is a wipe. I think? No, it's not. That was a that was scary. Hey Vajimu, hope you're doing well. Always greetings like exactly when you can't. See, that's the thing. I was certain I couldn't, or that we couldn't there. Let's try DPS this time. But yeah, long story short on that, what we're just talking about, I do think it's a good point that the amount of times run into a jerk who's going to be messing up the party deliberately is rare. So don't count on it or expect it. If it happens, it happens. Knowing what you can do about it if it happens is nice, but you shouldn't need these skills. Easting her up. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm trying to get a specific amount of mental roulettes in this set. So I have to go a little faster. Now, on the plus side of this, of us getting Praetorium, is I see Ilana's here. So we're good on the damage. That would look really funny in a video, wouldn't it? Yeah, so we're trying to speedrun mental roulettes. Anyway, here's Praetorium. I need good damn. Salut. We have a cat. We have two cats, actually. But one of them is a Reaper. What is the coat? I believe it's the Crystarium coat of scouting. Yep. Crystarium coat of striking. Scouting. Epic rotation! Praetorium is anti-speed. Yeah. It is quite funny, speaking of Riftwalker, when you have groups in a Labyrinth of the Ancients that try to force the skip of the second Ancient Flare. Because the thing is, it's not just about being able to do enough damage. It's not just about that. Because when the boss will start on the Ancient Flare thing if he has finished whatever mechanic he was just doing and he's under a certain threshold, which means that you could have the damage to beat it in like 90% of situations, but you just so happen to have the exact like shape of damage, like you hit the exact breakpoint where he finishes a mechanic at the very first moment where he could do Ancient Flare, and you can't make it in that case, possibly. So sometimes you'll be able to make it with a pretty meh group, and other times you can't make it with a pumper group. It's really strange. Which is why usually if I wipe once to it, I'll be even more careful. See, the sad thing about it, Ashimu, is that the reward for clearing Praetorium, specifically clearing Praetorium, is like 150 poetics. Now, you might quickly be saying, wait, no, it's not. It's way more than that, isn't it? Nope. It's like 150 for Praetorium, and then it's like 350 for MSQ Roulette. Which means that if you queue for MSQ Roulette and get Praetorium, you get like 500 poetics. If you queue for Mentor Roulette and get Praetorium, you get 150. Are you trying to get them done, Stingera? In the worst case, you could try and round up a few friends to do it with. Matthew says, I did 2 Mentor Roulettes in Solidarity and got Biting Front and you wear water, so it seems like this is a level 100 dungeon week for me. I mean, that sounds decent. I have a feeling to make the target I'm aiming for. I might need to see a few guild tests, especially if we're going to have Praetorium like this. What do you mean, Stingero? Can you not find them? And Anna says when you do one, the next unlocks automatically. There you go. Did you hand it in at the NPC in the duty? Or did you just leave? Hey Axis, hope you're doing well. I don't know if it's because you got it from Guildhast Roulette. My best guess is if you didn't actually talk with the NPC at the end, maybe that causes it. Mr. Bright says it's odd you're getting level 100 dungeons as a mentor. Don't you lose the sprout icon level 100 anyways? Here's a really important detail you need to keep in mind, Mr. Bright. Mentors are not exclusively paired with sprouts. Mentor Roulette. Some people think that Mentor Roulette is the help the sprouts roulette. It's actually the pack filler roulette. They will fill anything that is in the mentor list if someone wants it. The only thing that cannot happen is you cannot get a full party of oops all mentors queuing for Mentor Roulette, because we can't start our own duty that way. But we will do anything. You just have to queue for it. Which means that if there's 3 people queuing for Expert Roulette and they need a 4th and there's a mentor available in Mentor Roulette, then a mentor you will get. Thank Gyarados. And yeah, it is indeed one of the common misconceptions that the Mentor Roulette is only for helping sprouts, and that all these mentors are jerks because they are doing it wrong and nope. Mentor Roulette is straight up just the help the ones that can't get their queues to pop. Hey Samuel, hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty well, although big sad that we're getting Praetorium. This is the second MSQ Roulette tonight, by the way. It's not too bad. It seems like everyone is pushing it, so we might be able to do it reasonably fast. Thank you, Ilya. I think so too. And for those that don't know, Ilya put together this outfit. I just added the hat. Ilya's Caetsu Dragoon. Reasonably fast in Praetorium really just means 1 to 2 minute difference. I don't think you know what the difference between reasonably fast and not fast is then. I've done Praetorium where I had a Viper DPS in my group that was just randomly pressing buttons. And by randomly pressing, I mean they would sometimes see their buffs run out in full uptime. And they would randomly use AoE attacks on single target. I, as a Dark Knight, did more damage. The difference between a okay fast group and a really fast group is probably 1 or 2 minutes. But the difference between a group where the healer's attacking and the healer's not attacking is a bit more than that. It is a good hat. There's a feather in it. And it is possible that you've just been getting lucky Sting Era. There's also the possibility that I believe a lot of people would say, what would you say is the average length of Castrum Meridianum? Like how long do you feel like is a reasonable speed of Castrum Meridianum? Yeah, that would probably do it, Sting Era. If you only do it with a pre-made, then you avoid all the problems. The reason why I don't super like getting any MSQ roulettes as a mentor is because it's extremely weirdly common that that's where you find the most insane rotations from players. That is the, like, if you thought there was a high probability of a cure bot in an extreme, like AR extreme, welcome to MSQ Roulette, I guess. And I see the same with DPS and tanks. You see the weirdest stuff in MSQ Roulette. So it's just, I'm not super fond. And yeah, exactly, Mr. Bright and Axis. That's like, generally speaking, if like people sort of assume that MSQ Roulette is like 20 plus minutes, 15 minutes is like, that's a decent run, yeah. That's a like, I would say if I get Castrum and it's done in 15 minutes, I would say I have a good group. And in the past few weeks, I've gotten random groups in Castrum Meridianum that completed it in 13 minutes. And then, yeah, it's like 2 minutes give or take, but the difference is, how long is Praetorium? I don't actually know what's fast of Praetorium, but we've been here for 10 minutes, and there's 2 fights left. And 2 cutscenes. So, hey board Erica, hope you're doing well. Right, 3 cutscenes technically, I guess. Wait, is it 3? I guess? And yeah, in Praetorium, because there's more cutscenes, there is a larger amount of fixed time, where the only way you can change that is, you know, skipping them in some way or another. But it does matter whether you have a good or a bad group. Yeah, the pettiness of Nero sometimes is impressive. If you get disconnected in the middle of a cutscene, you can skip them, that's right. But I would still say, if Praetorium takes like 25 minutes, thereabouts, then it being 2 minutes shorter is still 10% less duty. I think that's pretty good. Cutscene length in MSQ is based on language. It's true, Liam, but I have ran this dungeon with Gazel, who has their game language in Japanese, and some cutscenes are shorter while others are longer. So it, like, if you're that invested in going fast, then, like, I mean, at that point you should look into the skip strats, I guess. Gets you shorter, guys. I know what you meant, and we are all talking about that specific subject, but the first thing that popped into my mind is like Gaius being like a few inches shorter. JP, Gaius' model is slightly shorter. Specifically. Even better if they just mess with his voice a bit, like just like squeaky it up a little bit. That's actually the real reason why the speech is shorter, is because they just increased the speed of the speech by like 20%. Do you believe in Eosia? But yeah, that's kind of the thing, Shackman, is that a lot of the time we think MSQ Roulette, and it takes like this nebulous amount of time. It takes a long time, is what it does. And that's usually enough. Like that's all we needed. Ilana? Are you saying I only need to speak 20% faster to be fluent in Japanese? Maybe? Splat. Yeah, that speech was like a good 5 minutes. Bruh. Really? Right in front of my slither? But yeah, the real time loss in Praetorium, and Castrum for that matter, isn't, oh, you have a really good group. It's more, I would say, that, like, it's not so much time save and more about time loss, if that makes any sense. Is that your average group will clear it almost the same pace. Doesn't really matter. Like 1 minute, give or take. Whatever, right? But it's more when I see that my group is actually bringing it, it also means that they're not bringing it. And if the healer's not attacking, or the tank is doing something weird, or the other DPS is an ice mage or whatever, that is going to increase the length of the duty significantly, and that's what that's what we don't want. That's what I'm looking for when I'm like, ah, man. I say you're all in. Hope you're doing well. It is weird, Ilana, because on my screen it looked like you weren't in cutscene anymore. Only heavy shotting Bard, and so on and so forth. Rojin says, so can we sign a petition for Square Enix to add a super low chance of bosses die by their own hand during a cutscene? For instance, that last boss, why can't we have like a 0.1%, 0.01% chance for this hammer to fall on him? That would be amazing. He does his whole gloating speech, and then he like reaches his hand up for the hammer to come down, and then just... and then it just skips the fight. And the follow-up cutscene. It continues the cutscene a little bit with like Sid going... What happened? Oh yeah, he died, apparently. What? Take the lift down. How many no job stones have you seen in your men's roulettes? Not that many, and generally I don't really count them if they're in a duty that is below level 30, of course. So not that many. Like the whole problem with players going into duties without a job stone and causing chaos is like, it happens, but it's kind of rare in my experience.
Tell me, for whom do you fight? Do you believe in Eorzea?
You still do leveling roulettes? Yeah, I do.
Is forged of falsehoods.
But see, the thing is, Freezy, most of my duties where I get paired with randoms is mentor roulette. Most of the time I do leveling roulette in a pre-made. Although, the other day, I did leveling roulette with Aradil and Sip, I believe. We landed in Malika's well.
Which is strange, is it not?
And the fourth player was a Dragoon who was using jump every so often. You might be thinking that's a good start. No, it's not. That's the only positive thing I had to say. Thank you, Truck. The rest of their rotation consisted of spamming Vorpal Thrust and sometimes using Piercing Talon. Now, anyone want to remind the class what Vorpal Thrust is?
Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do you cleave?
Because it's not True Thrust.
What drives even men of learning, even
And it's not AoE.
to grovel at their feet? The answer? Your
Vorpal
masters
Thrust
strength to
is
do
the
no
thing that combos into full thrust.
For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the
It's
world.
the step 2. Just spamming that. They were not going true thrust, vorpal thrust. They were just spamming vorpal thrust.
To grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak.
Yeah, exactly, Marcus. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Oh, piercing talon. Randomly.
Knowing this, but a single path is open to the infinite ruler. That of false worship. A path which leads
AK, hope you're doing well. And hey, Frost, hope you're doing well as well.
only a man
It's even worse, Matthew, because it's not even in combos. I'm pretty sure it's like 100 potency.
and in this land of creeping mendacity.
Is it your birthday, Marcus? In that case, happy birthday!
Salvation. Come, champion of Eorzea. Face me.
No, it's not so. It wasn't meant like that, Mr. Bright. Actually, the reason why I thought it was funny to ask is because a lot of people don't actually know. Like, vorpal thrust? What? Like, who cares? It's step 2. It's the thing that leads to full thrust. That's what matters, right? But I know what vorpal thrust is. Like, I noticed because I looked at their animations, was like, is that vorpal thrust? Like, that is vorpal thrust. Why are they spamming vorpal thrust? That's ridiculous. Exactly, Kate. The purple one? Pew! Yeah, that's the thing, Axis, is that I was playing Paladin. And Paladin in that level range is a little rough. You don't really have very much self-healing yet. Which is to say you have Clemency. And I felt like Sip had to work extremely hard to keep me alive. But then it turned out that it's because every single pull took a lot longer than they normally do. And then we noticed. Also, that's true, Ardell. They were also running away from stack markers. That's another thing they were doing.
Come, feel and finish what you have started.
No! My magnificent rotation is being bested by a Reaper! How is this possible? My rotation is immaculate! Ilana's having more enmity than me. How is this possible? You need speed! Ah! Potency diff? That's basically what it's going to be. I believe Reaper has extremely high potencies for their filler combos, so that would be it. Like, also, Reaper has an OGCD that really adds to it as well.
Eorzea is mine by right.
Shoop shoop. How many cartridges does that cost, Gaius? Ow. Yeah, next up, ultimate weapon. Lana says, I think the Astrologian gave me all the cards. I mean, if you were doing more damage, then that automatically makes sense. Let's do Sage again. Oh, that's concerning. 23-minute replacement? They are responding, Freezy. It just took a moment. Oh no. Wait. Oh, we actually made it. Whew. That Dreadstorm is disaster. Sure hope we made that. One of the warriors did not trust. Oh boy. I should have tried to rescue them. That I'm pretty sure that would have worked. As long as everyone is just going full blast on ads, then we should be fine. I am a little worried for our Scholar here. Who doesn't seem to be as worried about this as they maybe should be. I've basically only gotten stacks from it by accidentally healing. While trying to heal the rest of the party. Other than that, I'm exclusively healing the tank with the debuff through Cardia, and that seems to work. Oh no. Do they have a solution for that? It does seem that they do. Need to take a few stacks there to make sure the tank doesn't die. Have they swapped? What's going on? I'm a little confused. Ah, I was really hoping I wouldn't hit him. Oh no. Yeah, that's it. This is where those sound effects always hear in the videos. Yeah, they added after the fact. What? One of the tanks was the one that didn't say ready, so I assume they will go when they're ready. Maybe when Kai plays as editing mage. The EDM. Not to be confused with the BLM. Those sounds Kai makes with his mouth as part of the commentary, in fact. That would be amazing. Ooh, I hope that's not too early. I wasn't sure if he was safe, so I just yoinked him just in case. I'm not gonna have that happen again, where I'm like, I could have probably saved that guy, but I didn't. That is correct, Liam. I'm basically saving that for if all else fails, I have that. If I can't make it for some reason, I'll do that. But other than that, otherwise, I will just try to do the mechanic right. Oh boy. Nice. Let's see. One, two, three, four, five first timers. By the way, this took less time than the Castro Meridianum run we had earlier. Okay, read. But yeah, if you are enjoying the stream, it does help me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this is an enjoyable stream and like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. That said, I'll be right back and then we keep going. In the meantime, Manatee restored. Alright, I'm back. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships, Bob. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Wow. I mean, that I would say that's even better. Yeah, let's keep going with Sage. Four-man duty. Oh. We have Psych in this one. I had a feeling. That's why I didn't do anything, because I was assuming that they were going to Blood Wedding. I've just always preferred barrier healers. I don't mind pure healers, but I find barrier healers usually way easier in dungeons especially. Hey Gothics, hope you're doing well. That's pretty random. And that is a that is an awkward duty, K. When you have the one player really pushing the rest. I feel like it's not that common that I'll have a DPS that forcibly pulls when the tank and healer doesn't do it. John here, hope you're doing well. All I'm saying is when you get Sage in a duty where Karakoli is good, it's the square hole meme. I was trying to cardia that guy. I just remembered that I have an AoE dot. Why does he freeze his own minions? Is he stupid? I think so. I'm gonna go with yes, or at least possible. A big maybe. A perchance. A mayhaps. I see, the thing is for me, Necrophyts, hope you're doing well. I keep forgetting it. I'm like, every time I'm like, oh yeah, I do have an AoE dot. That's true. Huh. Weird that. Just occurred to me, it takes so long before the warrior uses Bloodwetting anyway that I can probably use Kera while they're using the nation. Yeah, about right. I meant to give one of them to the tank. I should have used Kera before that AoE. Splat. And that Reaper's allergic to overlapping donuts. Hey Toby Caetsu, hope you're doing well. I'll be here in the middle. I tried. I really tried. I was trying to like angle them and everything, but it's not fast enough. That's the worst part. If you get grabbed by the first eyes of the fierce, is you'll probably get hit by the other one too. Especially if it goes circle then donut. Because the person you're going to be chasing has to go in. That doesn't sound good, actually. Hey, Killer. Hope you're doing well. I think they're decent. Although, I haven't done as many as I'd hoped yet. We're going a little bit turbo style because I'm hoping to reach a specific amount before the stream is over. And I've gotten more duties that took longer than I'd hoped than duties that took less time than I'd hoped. So, I am, Gazel, that is correct. That's what I mean by saying I keep forgetting it and then remembering it. Did you see how long it took for me to forget? We had one single target fight. Boom, gone. Been in too many low-level duties? Actually, to be fair, Marcus, it's extremely common that whenever I draw Sage in Mental Roulette, for any reason, whether it's a single duty or multiple, I tend to just land in low-level duties over and over and over again. Like, I'm pretty sure among the healers, the one healer I've gotten Tamtara Deepcroft with the most is Sage. Prove you are worthy to rule. Fire!
Chronicles of End. Recount the fury of erupting beaks.
That's correct, Freezy. In fact, initially, like super initially, it stacked with the single target version, which meant that technically it was optimal to and by initially I mean before release. It was basically when it was showed off in media tour. They hadn't added that they don't stack yet, which meant that it was a gain on one to maintain it. And then they made it not do that. My suggestion when I saw that was that if that was a problem, instead of making it so that you can't stack them, just make it so that you won't stack them. Like, you could just, they could have just made it so that it isn't a gain on one. They didn't. They decided they didn't want you to use it at all on single target, which is fair, I guess. And just to be clear, I'm not being like they should do that because they shouldn't be able to stack them. Rather, I had a feeling that it was an oversight.
Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars.
It does appear a bunch of places, Dingedo.
That you should endure my fury. Chronicles of Hell, record the cruelty of merciless storms.
That is correct, Stinger. They are there. I don't think it's the only place either, but they are indeed there. And yeah, Zoralja also has it. I believe he even has it on normal. Yeah, exactly. That is the thing that wipes you. Let's do DPS again. Hey Harry, hope you're doing well. I'm doing decently well. I feel like based on the amount of duties I'm hoping to get done, I'm a little bit behind. But all it takes to catch up again is like 2 guild tests or something. My favorite summoner factoid. Ruin 2 used to apply blind? How's that? I don't necessarily want guild tests, it's more saying if I got guild tests, that would resolve it. And on average, I have not gotten as many guild tests as I should. Like, I'm just saying my average is about 30% guild tests. Thank you, Aradil. If the queue passes 2 minutes, I'll switch to something else. Yeah, trials that take 5 minutes or something would also help a lot. With catching up. Well, that is a trial, probably, or a normal raid. Michio says, have you broken the 1k duties barrier yet? I have not. Hey Anna, thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. If the group is good, Shiva Extreme would also be fine. Like, genuinely, all the AI Extremes, if the group is good, is faster than most leveling dungeons. But only if the group is good. Because if you, like, you can wipe maybe once. And then it starts to, like, catch up again. P7N again. I don't know why I get so much of this guy, this girl, I guess, specifically, but I do. Enjoy, Harry. And hey, before I get a new raid. Oh man. Hey, Fishbread. Hope you're doing well. This one is actually, I think, pretty solid. Well, Freezy, I did say I will switch to something else if the queue passes 2 minutes. But sorry. I'm not trying to dodge snipes or something. I'm specifically just trying to get a Q to pop. Now, what's really weird, Nayo, is that I don't get a lot of pandemonium when I do mental roulette. I get a lot of P7N specifically. Like, specifically this one is what I get a lot of. Not any of the other ones, just this one. A while back, I got a ton of hegemony. Oh, whoops. That is incorrect. Oh, well. Make the most of it. I would have gotten prevented from getting the 9 GCDs anyway, I think. Uh-oh. I started a double weave, and then I was like, wait a minute, hypervelocity exists. Womp womp. Yeah, I should have held Sonic Break until the very end instead of this, so that I could get the hypervelocity inside the No Mercy. And I didn't. Is this where the birds? No, that's where this happens. This might drag out a bit. Nailed it. I totally didn't almost forget to move. Nice relive. That was better. Oof. Hey, it's a pretty good time. Oh, that I just realized that's a lot of own stacks actually. Oh no. Andy Bloss. We could call her Andy Bloss. I'm pretty sure that I usually don't see that mechanic resolve, but we did have a few deaths here and there, so it's the cookie collector. I will try DPS for a moment again. Thank you, Sting Arrow, and enjoy your evening. What? Okay. That's a shiny if I ever saw one. The legendary 8-man guild test. This is actually one of those where if your team is a little too lazy, you could actually wipe or fail. I wanted to hit both of them. And yeah, exactly, now the DPS queue worth it. In terms of time save, specifically. I just realized that my AoE combo is a little strange. It doesn't have a step 3, but it does progress the single target combo. That's mega cursed. Look, it's Cryer's Longbeard, who doesn't have a beard. He longs for a beard. That's what the name means. That's why he's named Cryus. It's because he cries as he longs for the beard. Hey, Tingle. Hope you're doing well. I am become tank. Bringer of mobs, apparently. You also just had this one, Tingle? That is weird. Happiest Longbeard or contentious Longbeard. Nice. Oh. That's so sudden. Just constant fighting and fending off mobs and then suddenly, done. Just shout help. Works both on EX3 farms. Sometimes. That is really random. Anyway, I'll try the same thing. I'll queue for up to 2 minutes on this, and then we'll see if we get something. Ba-ba! Look! It's punching fronts. I don't have an AoE attack. That's really sad. Guys, I have a more amazing rotation than what Viper has at this level. I have actually one single button as my attack rotation. And yeah, Kazari, hope you're doing well. We had Leviathan Extreme earlier. Hey Matthew, hope you're doing well. I am on an EU server, and the only way an NA player can visit an EU server is by making an EU character. There's no way to visit any other way. And we got Leviathan down in 2 pulls, although I was a 23-minute replacement. But we had 5 first-timers. At least 5 that got the achievement. The tank is not using her tank stance. Yes, it does, Matthew. It does count as a server. It's complicated, but basically they test it with it. There's a whole thing with cultural differences and whatnot. I've actually talked about this a bunch of times. Oh, Agent Monica's here. It is really weird. But them's the rules. Man, that's confusing. I have one of my step 2 AoE combos. And I have finishers for my single target. Sure, Harry. As I said, I'm trying to get a specific number of duties done, so it's a little easier if we get some of them a little quicker. So I don't mind. It also gives a lot of variety, right? Oh boy. The deal with the devil that is trying to make this happen, where you skip this bit and then it doesn't work. I have a feeling the, yep, the first one's back. I guess I shouldn't have finished that one off. That's my bad. Sloppy Sange says, how do I know which opener for Monk is best to use in a fight? If it's a single boss fight, like a normal raid or like a trial or something, then if you're below level 60, then you just, like, either you form shift and dragon kick, or you just dragon kick, and you just never press perfect balance. If you're above, if you're level 60 or above, then it's basically always double Lunar that is best. Except at level 90, when you get Rising Phoenix, then it is double Solar that is optimal. And then when you get Elixir Burst, then it is double Lunar that is best again. But if it's not a single boss fight, or otherwise you're not 100% confident that you'll be able to, like, manifest the Phantom Rush or Tornado Kick on the 2-minute burst every time, then just do Lunar, Solar, Solar, Lunar. Doesn't really matter. Just collect the stickers and spend them. You'll learn it with practice, primarily. Mitsu, hope you're doing well. Oh, Titan normal, Titan hard. It's been going reasonably well, Mitsu. I'm trying to get a specific amount of mentor roulettes, and I fell a little bit behind schedule. So I've specifically been queuing as DPS because I believe they have a higher chance of getting guild tests. We've gotten some guild tests, but we also gotten some trials, and I would like some variety. I've had Praetorium, and I've had Labyrinth of the Ancients. So I'm just saying, I feel like I've had an unlucky start. But I do think we're catching up again. That's correct, Tess. That is basically the reason. That is also the same reason why when you queue for a different roulette, that it will not tell you what you're going into. The only way you can, like, queue into people is if you see that their queue pops exactly at the same frame as you. Or if they're looking for replacements and you know exactly how long they've been waiting. And they're gonna be like, I'm a replacement for a duty with so and so many minutes. We actually did Leviathan Extreme in 2 pulls. A very good sprouts, by the way. I believe it was 7 sprouts. But there were 5 first-timer achievements when we beat it. But yeah, basically the reason they don't tell you is exactly because some people would 100% abuse it. Yeah, it sounds about right, Ilana. The main way that my numbers get a little weird is because I just count the general statistic. I don't actually calculate the difference between rolls. And because, you know, I use the wheel and all that, I probably have a higher percentage of DPS queues because there are more DPS. Fun fact, one of the healers immediately removed it. Fantastic. The damage down from the jail here is 75%. As in, you do 75% less damage. And I'm just saying, the damage downs you see in many Savage fights are a lot less than that. Based on what the party in the 23-minute replacement group said, it's possible they had only pulled once in those 23 minutes. It's also possible they had pulled more than that, but they, like, the way they worded it, it is possible they only pulled once. But yeah, it was a 23-minute replacement case, and we got it down in 2 pulls once I was there. And I was there as a healer, so... And as some of you may recall, the scholar that I was paired up with, it had a little bit of trouble with the debuff for healing the tail tank. So it is absolutely possible that that like the reason why they had trouble was because the healer that left wasn't able to like carry hard enough, or they also didn't quite get it. You know, let's do white mage, why don't we? Let's try white mage. Now we're back to instant queuing. We don't want everything to just be guild tests and memes. Would have been funny if I'd gotten a guild test right there, wouldn't it? Great Cabal Library. Salut! 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 Sally! Ilya was queuing for Great Cabal. Oh wow! I just missed you, but you were specifically trying for that one. Well then. What do you mean, Tiana? You're talking about the dragon gay? I'm pretty sure it's a happy dragon. What's wrong with a happy dragon? A dragon's not allowed to be happy? Wanderer's Palace. Like, the way they've designed it, I will say, is actually a really cool dungeon. Like, with the whole, like, oil thing. It's, like, I was about to call it a puzzle. I don't know if it's really a puzzle, but, like, it's kind of a puzzle the first time you're there. I feel like it's a really, really fun, like, design for a dungeon. To have that. The love letter to Brayflux and the Copland cookbook. Though, that's weird. That is weird. Uh-oh. Stone! As eyes in stone! Eh. Bruh. Aim Teal, hope you're doing well. Yeah, the sound of the stick auto attacks, both white mage and black mage, are pretty loud. Clunk. Our Black Mage has been hit by this mechanic so many times that they've built up immunity to the debuffs it applies. Yeah, I mean, that is technically a strat. It's a sonar ping to communicate with the elements. Clunk! They do the donk. 8,000 JF. Hope you're doing well. Well, to be fair, the auto attacks at this level are actually... They don't add up to much, but 50 damage is, you know, it's not nothing. By the power of my keyboard, I remove your damage increasing debuff. Oh, whoops. Ah. Alright, Harry. Enjoy your evening. Free from jazz dungeon. I usually call it lo-fi beats to murder to, but I guess it is a free from jazz. I should just put that emote on my hotbar. But I think that that's the last span duel in the dungeon, so... Hey Mia, hope you're doing well. Whee! Scoot Mage. Bonk. Yeah, something like that sounds about right, Taldemar. So here's a trick. When you kill one of these books, the orb goes on the closest player to them. So if you don't trust anyone else to do it right, just really square up in there and make sure you're closest. They automatically latch onto whoever's closest when they die. Where did my orb go? Did they get removed by the wind, maybe? Can't remember. Is that a thing? Could be a thing. The more you know. Other players can soak your orb? Bruh. Even worse. Me knowing how to optimize getting it right, not realizing how easily things can go wrong. Why does Biblos give you short duration bone stacks? Well, he keeps giving you more, so like, if it's basically like a soft enrage. So if you give him a long enough time, it might actually be a problem. But Heavensward is also still from the era of the game where like they just randomly have an enemy give you bone stacks for doing it right. Like Ifrit does that too. You explode a nail and you get bone stacks. Short duration bone stacks, but you do get bone stacks. Seems like your orb got destroyed by the other book's death ray. That's rather specific. I'm surprised that would even be an option. But okay then. It is one fragile orb. If possible. I mean, I was aiming the orb at the wind stuff. So if the wind can block it, that is also all very likely what happened. And it's also possible the Dragoon ran into it as I was aiming it. I have a feeling we will see the whole fight here, with all the mechanics. Our Dragoon pre-pull battle litanied. Now Black Mage just sent the LB this early. So I have a feeling that we're also going to see the 3. And the only... Well, it's a little complicated, Mitsu. Sage has basically a gap closer. Scholar has expedience, which I would posit does not mean that Scholar has a movement option. It means that the raid has one. In the same way that ranged physical having a raid-wide mitigation means that the ranged physical doesn't have one, it means the raid has one. then White Mage has Ethereal Shift, which is, you know, dash. And then Astrologian has nothing unless you count Light Speed. Okay, enjoy. Scholar's Ruin 2. That is not a mobility. That is not that's not what we're talking about. That is why I'm like, light speed, does it really count? Is like, it doesn't make you move faster. Exactly, Ruin 2 is a mobility option in the same way that light speed is, which is why I'm like, I don't feel like light speed counts. Hey Jiriki, hope you're doing well. But let's try DPS again. Sure. Black Mage. Blood. White Mage dash is great for flying into walls. Yep. Yeah, sorry, I feel like I put on the sass a little too hard when I said that's not what we're talking about. So sorry about that. It turned you into a fist range for a few seconds. But do you think if Monk has spammable range skill, what should it look like? I mean, in PvP they have Flint's reply or something like that. However, in my opinion, I don't think they need one. Hey, Bread Bean Queen. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Cecilis. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Expert Roulette. And it's not the new one. It's still not the new one. And Ilana got the new one. I have still not seen the new dungeon in any roulettes since patch day. It doesn't exist. I'm telling you. Yeah, 7.3 didn't have it. It doesn't even exist. It was just a minor patch that added chat bubbles. Or something. Cecilia says, the weird thing to me is that all extremes are clearable, but every now and then I'll get an Eden, Normal, or Pandemonium that feels just impossible. Really? But hey, finding all the extremes very doable is a good thing.
They must have gotten in and made themselves at home.
I mean, it is a good dungeon. Like, nothing about that. I'm just like, why can I not have the new one? Hello? What happened? Why can I not have the... Why can I not get to play the new one? Why am I cursed in this way? Whoops. I thought I had cast freeze. Oh well.
There should be an access hatch nearby that leads inside. Look for an opening.
King Moggle Extreme, praise be his fluffiness, is one of the extremes who have actually had a failure where like we actually ran out of time and people were trying.
I'm detecting something big. You'll have to deal with it to continue on.
Yeah, I should not use ley lines here at the start. Boss will leave before I get full value out of it. I'm pretty sure anyway. It's either that or it's gonna get real close. Take this! I don't know if that even counted. I'm guessing it didn't. But it looked funny. Meep meep.
Good work. Now, proceed to the access hatch and head inside.
You know, the weirdest part about that Antlion boss there is that the Antlion in Lunar Subterrane has a special tank buster animation. It only uses the tank buster when all of the pillars have been destroyed, so most people never see it. But it has one, and it looks very distinct. This boss, as far as I know, has a tank buster and does not use that animation. To be fair, the animation making sense kind of relies on having like pretty big mandibles, so it might look weird on this boss model, which might be the reason why they didn't. It's just funny to think about.
Battle against the rising water level.
The reason I've seen it is because I've soloed Lunar Subterrane on Warrior Synced.
It meant a lot to them. It's upsetting to think that Preservation's terminal is in this place.
Hold on. Someone's dropped communication. Step alert.
Someone's putting jam in the communications. Are we just not pulling the second pack, or okay? I mean, they're getting there. It's just it seems like they're taking like maybe one, maybe even two more GCDs than feels normal. There's nothing wrong with it. This is like the kind of examples where, like, if you've seen in my like tanking tips video, I'm like, keep moving forward, like do zigzags or something to slow yourself down, but don't stop moving, because if you stop moving, then it looks like you're not going to continue. So don't make it look like you're going to stop moving if you're not going to stop moving.
So, you have come.
Is what it's about.
Let's just measure your strength.
Some jam on the side! And yes, as Aridel mentioned, Yuriki, the best you can really do probably is if you have an EU alt, you might be able to participate in some stuff. Sometimes we do the walk, like we every so often do the walks and talks over on OCE, but that's not really playing together, it's more just hanging out. My chest piece, Ashley, is called Twin Silk Coat of Casting. It also has a healer version and an aiming version. They're not called the same. Level 74 crafted stuff. Hey Zandir, hope you're doing well. I don't know if I might be misunderstanding what you're saying, Mitsu. What do you mean? You find it too hard to play Black Mage on the move with mechanics? Is that what you mean? I think it's like as Gazel says, I think it's just a lot about practice. and what you're used to. A big thing that makes Black Mage really, really easy for me is that now, with no timer or anything, among all the jobs, Black Mage is one of those where basically the rotation just stops when you're not interacting with it. Which means that if you need to focus on something else, you can just do that. It'll, you know, your damage will grind to a screeching halt, but you can do that and just come back to it if you need to. But I will say, I can see your point, Mitsu, because Black Mage, while it has a huge amount of mobility, if you want it or need it, knowing how to access it is not obvious. Like, when you know, it seems pretty obvious, but when you don't know, it might feel very stiff.
This machine has long guarded these crumbling halls. How will you handle this?
I didn't even notice that I had an extra ley line in the hand, ready to go.
Let us introduce more weaponry. Let us see what this yields.
I was hoping to dash to one of them, but they were a little far away, and by the time I could actually reach them, it would have been too scary to overlap the markers.
Still alive. How unfortunate.
Yeah, I know about it, Riki. I have been warned about it from others as well. I actually have paused it.
For you to die here, it would save me trouble later.
I've also heard that it might be something else, and it's just that the update just happens to provoke it or something. Doesn't really matter. The point is that there's something to watch out for. Let's do some tanking. Yoink. Where'd everybody go? I'm guessing they're in a duty. Who knows, maybe they're doing dailies. Bottom's medal. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly the kind of duty where it would be nice to be on warrior. Though this specific start is scary on any tank. Hey, Red Dawn. Hope you're doing well. Not quite sure why the white mage chooses to use Cure 1 when I'm in danger, or even when I'm not in danger. Your one has a lower cast time. Maybe. That's going to hurt a lot. Good luck, Jiriki! They was told in Hall of the Novice, so what are they doing? I'm guessing they didn't participate in the Hall of the Novice. Yep, this is the Great Hunt Arena, Tandema. Hey Daniel, hope you're doing well. I guess it's not that important when you really think about it, Tandema, so it's probably just like, that's just, never noticed kind of deal. Hey Joshua, hope you're doing well. I don't think they are, but they are certainly using Cure 1 a lot. Whatever they are doing, I don't get the impression that they are thinking too hard on why they're doing. Because they have a cure, like they've gotten free cures, and I don't think they've used Cure 2 once. And they've been using stone on 3 targets? Like, it's a rotation where it looks like... it doesn't really make sense, is what I'm getting at. Doesn't really make sense. I'll say Kokuchu, hope you're doing well. And AS Metricon, hope you're doing well as well. And thank you, Kiwi. Enjoy your evening. Hey, Kiri. Hope you're doing it as well. The quote unquote bad heal spells really has a sound. See, the thing is, Ashley, spamming Cure 1 does not tell me you've had a lot of bad tanks. And would actually tell me that you've had a lot of good tanks where that was good enough. If you've had a lot of bad tanks, it would be much more amenable to an extra careful spam of Cure 2. Cure 1? Maybe check search info, maybe he's new. Doesn't have a sprout icon. And I'm not going to check their search info because then it would show their name. Maybe they're smoking something. Maybe they're watching TV. Maybe they're playing the game with one hand because they're dealing with a baby on the other hand. Hey Gustavo, hope you're doing well. What do you mean with joined in the end? We're going further than this, don't you worry. Splat. I had a tank once that said they were too high to mid. I don't know, that sounds like an excuse to me. How did you manage to get yourself into this duty? You pressed some buttons, surely. How come the mitigation button is too hard? I tripped and fell into the dead end. I'm telling you, I have had tanks that didn't mitt in dead ends. That sucks. Like, man, that's bad. So that is a good choice example. That's true. That is true, Cat. They are attacking when people are fine. The thing is that, like, that's what's weird to me. That's why I'm saying what they're doing doesn't make any sense, because they're playing like someone that should know better than what they're doing. Like, they're playing like someone that shouldn't be using Cure 1 and should know better than to be single targeting on 3 like this, like they do sometimes. And that's the key, is they do sometimes, which means that there's like not really any logic to what they're doing. Is what I'm getting. It's what I'm getting out of this. There's nothing, like, it's not that bad. I have had way worse white mages in my groups. It's just weird because that, like, the way they are playing seems right. But then the button they choose to use to do that is wrong. Hey, Picos, hope you're doing well. Level 90 Gunbreaker on Mount Gold, who didn't even have Rampart on their hotbar. Hopefully they didn't do the Gigapull. Trying to micromanage MP usage. Maybe, Red Dawn, I would have accepted that reasoning if it wasn't for the fact that Holy costs just as much MP as Stone now. At least Stone 4. In, like, Shadowbringers, there could be something about it, because in Shadowbringers, Holy cost like 800. You could actually just yourself by specifically spamming your AoE attack too hard. But not anymore. I had a feeling something like that would happen. Why did I cancel my combo there? Hugo says they actually attempt to go all the way, and that's how I discovered that they had no mitigation on their hotbar. You know, I'm not even surprised. It's one of those cases where it's like the only possible way that they could reason themselves that that's the right thing to do is that they've just seen other tanks do that. They never put two and two together why or how that works. And today, Gustavo, we're not using the Wheel of Jobs. I'm sort of just picking jobs myself. To get through duties a little faster because I have a little bit of a target. Anyway, I'll be right back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Hey, Schooloos, hope you're doing well. I mean, we can queue one as a ninja. Sure. Hey, Hazel, hope you're doing well. Red Dawn says, can you still use Holy with a Dark Knight in your party or just not use it at all? You still use Holy. You still use Holy. In fact, for the Dark Knight, it's easier if you don't try to give them special treatment. Just do what you're going to do. And they, like, if they're good at Dark Knight, they'll figure out when to TBN so that you don't screw it up for them. But if you're like, oh, I should hold my Holy so they can use TBN, then they'll sit there like, when are they stunning it? Come on. I'm waiting. Okay, I'll use TBN now. Boom, you stunned them because you thought he was done. Just no special treatment. You're just Holy. If you don't cast Holy, then you're doing garbage DPS as a healer. Don't do that. Spam Holy. And yes, consistent play is best. This applies in both directions, by the way. If you're a tank, play consistently so that your healer can predict what you're gonna do. If you're a healer, play consistently so that your tank can see what you can predict what you're doing. Straight up. Be consistent. That is also why it's like that's also like why I give when I give advice on these things and guides that I focus on that. Give a defensive cooldown rotation that you can do consistently, because if you do it the same way every time, then your healer can plan around that and can use cooldowns based on the assumption that you're going to do it like that. But if you get weird about it, then they'll have a really hard time predicting what you're going to do. Hey, Lollipop Pizza, hope you're doing well. On it, boss. Spam Holy on the boss. Oh no. Yeah, no, you don't change anything Because the bottleneck in nearly all fighting scenarios in Final Fantasy XIV will be damage output. While getting really tricksy with your holies and such, might mean that like slightly less damage is taken. Spamming holy like there's no tomorrow is going to kill the enemies faster, and if that applies, then the enemies will die fast, and so they will do less damage. Big shock. Ninja looks rather like Rogue to me. Yeah, that's the thing. Is that just tonight, because I've been picking jobs at my leisure, most of the DPS queues have just been guild test. Ninja doesn't have AoE fall off at all anymore, does it? It does. It doesn't have much. Wait, does it actually not have any? What? What? Wow. Those are some easy to read tooltips. Huh. What's this Tenri Jindo do? At max level, when you use Tenchi Jin, it just turns into Tenri Jindo that you can use once, and it just does a bunch of damage. You just click it. It's good for you. It's bad for the enemies, but it's good for you. That is crazy, actually. If it hits 2 minutes, I will queue as a healer instead. Also true, as Cat says, Ninja has a lot of this is the AoE button. Alliance, I'm guessing Alliance raid. No! Yeah, that is a funny thing, Daniel, because the game does not really make a lot of effort to tell you that, does it? Oh yeah, true, Cat. We've actually gotten Castrum and Praetorium and Porta di Comana in chronological order tonight. With no repeats. That is actually amazing. I think we've assembled this Exodia. MSQ bingo. But also, while I'm sitting here in this rock, remember that if you're enjoying this stream, it does help me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream. You'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. Now, back to the fighting eventually. You know, I feel like I really nailed that, and then not really. Almost. Ultimate weapon, obliterate! Ultimate weapon, cast fire 4! Wait. Oh, nice. Oh, I feel like getting all the guild tests in order would be like if you actually did that, then your next order of business should be like buying a lottery ticket. Blap. Put your hands on the floor! Blap. Zipzap. Oh yeah, hey Zipzap, hope you're doing well. Zipzap says the last guild test is so rare to see. You know, we have actually gotten Solemn Trinity tonight, so... Ain't that something? Huge. That is a good point, Naomi, but then again, it's not like like in the same vein, it's not like the opposite would have been any better. Oh, you already spent your luck tonight, so don't buy a lottery ticket. Absolutely not. You know, really random. Yeah, Mitsu, we did have Solemn Trinity once tonight. Did you know that if you pay really close attention, in addition to Out of War having that sound when you slam down, it also has this sound for each enemy it hits. Did you know that Summoner's Outburst makes the same sound? As in, for each enemy hit, it goes pew, 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 pew. The same sound, in the same way.
Can her strength truly be so great?
It is the blessing of light that
Also true, Darth. That would be the accurate thing to say, but... Oh, you're really lucky today? Well, instances of random events are independent of each other, so you shouldn't do anything about it. You shouldn't do anything with it.
your foe is under the protection of the crystal she bears.
So,
Pew, 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 pew.
powers her.
Pew, 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 pew.
Beyond mortal.
La Brea Kisama.
The hammer of darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the shield of light. And so it shall, for the ultimate weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
Speak plainly, Asian.
You know what's even... I agree with that, Fishbait. You know what's even weirder about it?
It is the weapon's
While weaving something causes the hit sounds to all like clump together, and the heal numbers and the damage numbers and all that appearing immediately, doesn't make the damage or healing land any faster.
has lain dormant for eons.
Yeah, true, Naomi. But still, nice that you were this lucky. That's kind of neat.
A spell without parallel.
I think the joke is that even though we all know that that's not how luck works, it's funny to imagine that maybe you can continue the lucky streak.
No other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the ultimate weapon lies within its now beating heart.
La Brea, what have you done?
It's blah blah bread. Or Mr. Yap.
No more than was necessary for my god to be.
So see, that now proves my claim. Guy makes those sounds in videos with his mouth as part of the commentary. Pew, 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 pew.
The hour is at hand.
La Brea, what have you done? I missed. It's the boo boo. It's the labby boy.
And from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very
It's the blah blah bread.
the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima!
I believe the ultimate weapon is a machine. Which does make it a little strange that it has those almost creature-like movements sometimes. Like when it's casting ultimate, it almost looks like it's like exerting force as it's doing it, when it probably didn't have to do that. If it is a machine. Organic machine, maybe. I'm not even sure.
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
Well, what was your intention then?
Oh, Heidelin, it seems the task of keeping
Knives.
the champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left.
It is...
Van Helsing,
Right, I think Gazel has it. It's programmed that way so that it looks cooler.
the rest I leave to you.
And yes, Future Past now says that's probably it, because they gave their robots teeth and tongues and stuff.
But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains. Come, adventurer.
Come,
Let us find the answer to
adventurer. Slap the floor. Nearly 300 damage. And then I punch you too. I do the book punch. Boink. Bio. And boink.
gaze upon true power.
Slap him with knowledge. I hope it ends up being good, Mia. And yeah, exactly. I'm actually shocked, Seraph, about that turtle example you gave there. That actually is it could happen. Oh, our tank is disconnected. But Shiva Extreme being fast when your team knows what they're doing is not surprising to me. I've had something similar. I think I had one mentor set where I had both Shiva Hard and Shiva Extreme, and the Shiva Extreme was somehow faster. Oh, Tank is back. With the immediate provoke. Fantastic. It happens. Punch! We've done it! Boink. Oh yeah, by the way, with this clear speed, this was actually faster than Castrum. The Castrum we did earlier. Time for healer LP. Oh. John says Ultima kills through tank LB3. Yes, Ultima does like 10 million damage or something like that. I haven't seen it myself, but I know Wrath Games has. Actually, let's do Pictomancer again. How long is the cutscene here, by the way? I didn't keep count. Like 5 minutes? Is it possible to kill Ultima before you get handed out the LB3? I don't think you can synced. But me even suggesting that probably causes someone to go and try. Or a team to go and try. M4! Wow. Spin a bit. How random. Someone apparently didn't want to do this. Marcus. The samurai knows me. He does. Hope you're doing well. It's Gothics. Fantastic.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
There is no limit to Electrode's potential.
Our replacement just got dumped in right in the AoE. They said they got spawn camped. That sounds about right.
Oh, look at that massive cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I should have held the hammer combo a bit longer.
A vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark.
Yeah, I had a feeling that wouldn't fly.
Take this! If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! Are wickedly divine!
How's this?
How's this? Yeah, I knew it. I knew she was gonna do that. That's why I decided. I felt it was a risky move, but we lead with the part that we need the grass for, so that we can just evacuate in the last moment. I knew she was gonna do that. Oh, you're making a little field there? It'd be a shame if someone were to shoot a laser cannon on it. Uh-oh.
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
Second set of wings skipped. I have a feeling I won't get to use most of these paintings, but I have them in case it goes that far. Yeah, nah. We just send it now.
I cannot! I must not lose!
Oh, look, a star prism.
It's all over. Until next time.
Nice. I think we had a similar experience of being a replacement on Ultimate Weapon Extreme, where I thumped in to just get punched immediately. That's always fun. 17-minute replacement. Yep, 17-minute replacement. Oh boy. I'll just be over here taking pictures of everything. Like a proud parent at a ball game, yeah. You can do it! Go, Alliance B! Hey Caetsu, hope you're doing well. Give him the play-by-play, yeah. Hey Krakenbow, hope you're doing well. This kind of possibility is exactly why, even though I feel like I'm a little bit ahead on time based on what the target is, I'm not risking like getting a little lazy with it. At least you're not doing it at the very beginning. That's true, that would have been a lot more cursed. Speaking of cursed... Alright, can't do it here. I will say at least I tried to fix it myself before I started asking for raises from elsewhere. Then I was reminded that Alliance raids is not where you can use Phoenix Downs. It's fine, Nayo. We continue. And it'll probably be fine. I'm going over here. Replicate. Zero-minute replacement in Tamtara Deepcroft? Wait, what? I guess someone didn't want Tamtara. Oh. I guess I won't get to finish my combo then. Will you let me finish my combo? Nope. Why does this thing not have an auto attack? Come on, you can do it. It's a small one. Not on me. Fantastic. That is on me. Thank you, Mitsu. Good night to you. I think the Reaper's dead. Nope. I said Mitsu. Ow, didn't make it. All that damage lost. And for what? Nothing! Oh, fantastic. Easy game. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna pass. There's an actual possibility that there's someone in my party who's like, they queued for this and they want a specific piece of gear for glam, and I'm like, I'll just grab it for like 2k company seals that I don't need. What's up, Caetsu? Reap and see? Is your friend? Oh, that's pretty funny. Guzzle, I usually would check if I already have the gear first before I pass. No, see, that's the thing, Guzzle. I would just put it in the grinder. I don't actually want the item. I just, like... I mean, if you're offered $5, you'd take it. Right? It's just in this particular instance, it's not quite like that. It's like, for me it's $5. For someone else, it's 1,000. So maybe not the most considerate thing for me to just go, yeah, I want $5. I'll pass it. I'll double and pass it to the next one. Yeah, unfortunately, Tess, all you can do is be the change you want to see, right? And then hope that others will follow suit. That's also why, even if I could just need on anything that I can need on, I don't. Yeah, exactly, Mia. Something like that. Yeah, that's also fair, Ham. I was not trying to make it out like, oh, you needing on an item, or even greeting on an item, isn't fair. Like, that's the rules of the game. I'm just choosing, like, you're greeting on everything. I usually greet on everything. It's just in this particular case, I'm like, well, Tower Paradigm's Breach is something where some people will legit sit in queue for over an hour just to get in, and sometimes like several people will leave, so it really, really sucks. to grind equipment from this. They don't need me to also yoink it. Apparently both of the healers know me. Fantastic. But I would also generally just greed. If you want to make sure you get the equipment, easier to just be the role. I think that's totally fair. But I'm not gonna say that you should be passing or something. Hey, Boobamet. Hope you're doing well. You're Meru. Fantastic. That's our sage. Hey, Weaver. Hope you're doing well. It's been a bit, hasn't it? I think the Near Raid series is fine. The funny thing is most people dislike it, as far as I know, because they take really long. But the reason why they take really long is because a lot of people die on the fights because they don't have experience with them, because they never get them. Like, it's an endless cycle. Like, I specifically remember in Shadowbringers, in actual Shadowbringers, these fights were shorter. I thought originally the reason why they were longer was because of the stat squish being wonky. But I've also noticed that the Endwalker Alliance raids increased in length when Dawntrail came out. Weird, right? So I would say there is some truth to the suggestion that part of the reason why these duties become longer is because people don't do them, and people don't do them because they're longer. Hey RC, hope you're doing well. I just realized that the Reddit check shows my whole party's names. Oh well. No one's been doing badly here. Hey Hakurai, hope you're doing well. Exactly, future past now. That is basically it. That while it is like current and relevant, people will do them frequently, and they'll like maintain the knowledge, and then like it's a twofold process, because half of it is that some like the knowledge will fade a bit. People will be more sloppy about it. But on top of that, you will also just straight up have less good players. Because many of those good players see no reason to do these old raids. Whereas when you need it for current content, you might even see, you know, you might see Ultimate or Savage Raiders doing them because, well, I mean, it's a free twine for my alt job. And also that, once you're doing these in Alliance Raid Roulette, it's probably not on your main. Uh-oh. Oh, this one goes 40 minutes for a fast run? Nah. That's like, I would say that's like an average run. There's something funny about the boss transitioning when it passes 50%, and then phase 2 starts at full. Yeah, by the way, RC, don't let that discourage you. It might just be a long queue. As Hakurai said. Hey gamer guy, hope you're doing well. A challenge for me. Hey Sally, hope you're doing well. I don't know what you mean by that, gamer guy. My type? In what way? I like steel types then. They're fun. Thank you, gamer guy. Enjoy. Oh, I just noticed we have LB3. I guess it's not too bad to hold it. Sometimes a fight like this can suddenly go completely sideways. Ow. I don't need anything. This run was is that 43 minutes? 42 minutes? Oof. Had a few levers at the start? Yeah, I could imagine. This is, when I hear what's your type, I do not think Pokemon. I also will think it's a very weird question out of the blue. Well, it's a very silly question. It's also why I needed a clarification. Necrofit says, I always full send the LB3 the second it pops when I melee this. Gotta keep people on their toes. Part of the reason why I didn't is because I was also the melee with the most enmity among the DPS. So it made sense to have literally anyone else do it. At least among the melees. And we had like 3. So it shouldn't be me. That did, however, take quite a bit. Once again, I'll switch if it hits 2 minutes. Hey, Returnal. Hope you're doing well. 1,000 wasps? That's a lot of wasps. Dun 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 da-da-da-da-da. Sage. And the instant pop once again. I see Tandem was trying to snipe me. It's really hard when I switch to something with an instant Q. Ooh. Is small nostalgia fun fact, the tutorial duty for Sage is here. It's a light party. I actually heard Necrophits that a surprising amount of players have trouble with the opening solo duty for Sage. I heard it enough times that I went into the duty. I forgot like before I started that technically I would be synced down, so my gear would probably give me a huge advantage. But I went in going, okay, I'm only going to be using like the bare minimum. I'll use like doses, diagnosis, and like prognosis. And if I have to do more, if I absolutely have to, I'll note it. And at least when I was synced down, which of course indicates a huge advantage there, I think I used Ixocholi once. That was it. Acasian bot. Hope you're doing well. I think I'm winning. Sort of. Yes, it was the poison I wanted to remove first, of course. That's fine. It's what I wanted. I hope it's not too bad, Returnal. True. I feel like I got sniped there. The Dark Knight is using Abyssal Drain smartly. That does help a ton in the defensive department. A mentory day. Honeycomb! And that is a good Dark Knight. I don't remember that specific Honeycomb being so tanky. Huh. That's up there like, all by ourselves. Let me in! Let me in! Hey Lotus, hope you're doing well. Womp, womp, wow. You know, that is an interesting point, Lotus. That considering we were like originally kind of told how all this astrology and stuff we know how is from Sharlayan, and then there's just nothing when we get there. Will we just be perpetually in combat with those two? I hope not, because that's going to be really awkward for sprint duration. Oh, never mind. Our tank asked for a minute. Third pulling poison posses in a row. Wow. The Haunted Mask, hope you're doing well. Like, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, they cannot cross walls. It's even funnier because they just had to slide down the honey slide, I think. You have the spectacles mode? I do, yes. And the Spectacles emote is also particularly interesting because every single race and gender combination has a unique animation for it. Yeah, it does. For instance, I can just say off the top of my head, a female Lalafell will use both hands to adjust their glasses, while a female Aura only uses one hand. And they also adjust them in significantly different ways. The female aura has more aura? I don't know. It's more like a cute emote. "13-minute ghost park? That's pretty good. I'd say, like, 13-minute expert roulette or level 100 dungeon duty. That's pretty good. I mean, it's not speedrunner levels, but I would say that's actually a pretty good time. And by speedrunner levels, I mean, I'm pretty sure the record is like 9 minutes. But that's with 3 DPS. I can show it to you now, Riftwalker. Here you go. Yeah, pretty much, Sally. I'm aiming to get a specific amount of duties done. For anyone who's tuning in now, who's like, so how far are we? The duty we're queuing into right now will be duty number 22. So to make sure that I can actually make that target, I'm basically just choosing a job and queuing immediately. And if I don't get the queue fast, I'll also just cancel and do a different job. How many guild tests? Not that many. See, we had Under the Armor as duty 2. We had Solemn Trinity as duty 10. And duty 11 was Stinging Back. Duty 12 was Ward Up. And then we had Enemy Strongholds as duty 17. We've also, however, had 3 MSQ roulettes in order. go tank again. Back to the tank again. As a trial. Thank you, Eternal. Do appreciate it. A trial of some sort, or is it a normal raid? Or Solemn Trinity. I'm doing the swish. Ow. Four elves and a lizard, indeed. Huh. My turn on the... Tell them, Mom said it was my turn on the pulling poison posses. My turn! Matthew comes back to a guild test. Yeah. And even worse, it's... worse or better, even weirder, it's guild test on tank. You had, Taldemar, you're saying you finally queued into me and then the rando tank that didn't click yes failed you. Returnal says, I wonder what going out of bounds in this game would be like. It's not that special. But there's not that many options to be out of bounds. Yeah, ask the guild sellers. True, they're usually under the ground. M5! Oh, Taldemar's here! And Marcus. We have at least 2 of those ball dresses. Nice.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstarts Cruiserweight campaign begins. Can you keep up with the rhythm? We're just getting started. Keep grooving, baby. Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with these steps. On the dance floor, everyone's a star.
Ooh.
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn! An invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond? Come on, show me your moves!
It's a little awkward first, because I feel like I have to do this to both maintain the combo, but also to not have my speed buff run out. Because of how it happened to coincide with the dances. Bruh. I actually missed. That is awkward.
Try to keep up now. The fever's taken hold. Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Green? Dance like there's no tomorrow. Let's finish with style!
It's even crazier, Rift Walker. If everyone gets it right, you get a whole, one extra LB bar just immediately filled out. Just like you do on Savage.
Back to it, dancers!
It's just, it comes up so rarely. Frog dance music.
Show us some electrifying moves! The challenger's down! Is this the end? Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn! Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
We have a red mage.
They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
It's the cursed version.
Dancers, take it away! Yeah, baby! I feel the fever coming on again! The night's
Your head on it, mate. Oh.
green. Dance like there's no tomorrow! Let's finish with style!
Hey, Kakis. Hope you're doing well.
Groovy moves! The crowd's loving it! Come on, show me your moves! We're just getting started! Keep grooving, baby!
Nice.
It's all over. Until next time.
Let's go Pixelmancer again. At least try. It is really funny when the boss specifically, when the Frog Taraj does that thing where where they circle in the center. I have at least had 2 parties almost wiped to that. Because if they you can take 1, but 2 of them death. For basically anything except a tank. And if you're not paying attention, you just die. If you don't pay attention and are out when they're hitting the out, you still live. But if you're in the middle while they're overlapping the middle, you just die. It's really evil. Really funny how it's a 50-50 whether he does that. Yeah, I believe M6, people have said not only is it rap, but it's kind of like nursery rhyme combined with rap, which is a weird mix, but sure. I don't think we're getting this. I think we're going back to we'll go back to Sage. Hey Liv, hope you're doing well. Agent Monica says, how many duties are we on? The upcoming duty will be duty 24. Sure. Why not? Oh, Taldeval's here. Fantastic. Then we've got this. How many are we shooting for? That's a little secret. This could be either a disaster or fine. As far as I can tell, our tank has no idea how this fight works and did not do any homework. That's at least my impression. And is wasting potions in phase 1 as well. I will hope I don't have to do the riding, because I think we will need the healing. That's how it works, silly. It's really weird. This is one of the hard ones. Phase 1 is particularly rough for healer. Because you basically have to... you have to sometimes straight up cure bot it, if that's what it takes, to make sure everyone is topped up at all times. And it is really if that's what it takes. And that does also mean that if people take a lot of avoidable damage, it'll take a little longer because the healer's just not attacking. And everyone else is stunned. Oh. That is a wrong order on my part. Oh, we have another LB. Fantastic. I didn't even know that that was how that was going to go down. This is getting a little scary. We're going to make it. But I'm not appreciating how many times I've been targeted for this. Like, this is exactly why I was thinking... make sure you don't waste any potions, because you might actually need 10. I mean, Roshan, the next collab is going to be max level, so you need to complete the MSQ. I don't think it takes 500 hours, but you do need to complete the MSQ, like reach the end game. Let's try Pixelmancer one more time. Oh, never mind. It's not. Gunbreaker. Ooh, Pagelthan. That's quite a lot, Mia. In Endwalker, back when Golbez was the end, I reached the end of the story, like patch 6.4, on my old Smolkai, playing 6 hours a week for 1 year-ish. Something like that. Some days a little more, but... Well, of course, Smolkai was doing specifically the MSQ and only the MSQ. And, you know, maybe a job quest when needed. Thank you, Erdo. You know what? I think the Astrologian there is kind of waiting for me to go, so I'll continue going. I hope I got that Imperial guy, because I will not be able to find him if I didn't. I should be using Faded Circle more. When you see the Heart of Light on an AoE pull, you know the Gunbreaker is saying, I don't have anything. I don't know, man. I don't have anything. I have this. It's a 5%. It's not 0. Igmark says, do you think you'll end up doing Dawntrail MSQ with Smolkai down the line? I don't know. Because the whole thing with Smolkai was that I made that character to play through the MSQ on stream, because, you know, with a lot of streamers, that is something you have the option to watch their journey, like how they did it. But because I, you know, completed the game first, it wasn't possible in any way. So I did it, which then means that now that I've already done the MSQ on stream on this character, it feels maybe a little weird. Let's do it again. I don't know for certain, maybe. I'm not being the nicest tank right there. Where do you start the Great Hunt? Oh, I don't know actually. It's near the inn in Kogane. Thank you, guys. Our Dragoon is trying really hard, just for the record. They are responding. They're trying. It's just a little confusing. They're trying. Meanwhile, I'm having trouble with a lot of own stacks. I didn't even try to pass to that one. Oh yeah, like that's what I'm saying, is like that mechanic is really weird. And once you get it, it's like, yeah, obviously that's what you do. But until then... we'd been in way more trouble if the healer didn't get it.
What took you so long?
Yeah, exactly, Riftwalker. But what happened was actually that first they didn't know what to do. Then they did, but then didn't realize that it already being occupied meant no. But then we saw that the summoner also had some trouble. It helps a lot more when you can see that they are actually trying to figure it out. And they're responding to advice.
Oh, no, you don't.
Doink. Why excluding warrior specifically, Hazel? At the moment, my favorite is Black Mage. Although I might actually do say that my favorite role is tank, which is strange, probably. I mean, Weaver, just a real quick, you do know that they have actually added more stuff to the Hall of the Novice, right? Like there's a higher level Hall of the Novice now that teaches some other things. Requires level 50, I believe. Olvian says, how often is that kind of mechanic seen? I mean, it's a reasonably unique mechanic. I would say it's more like a coincidence that there's a similar mechanic in the Aerie. And there's also the part that in the Aerie, people often don't do it. No worries, Weaver. Admittedly, similar to so many other things with the Hall of the Novice, it still suffers from the big problem that it's optional. Like, it's an improvement, but it's still like that you could still have more. But arguably, there's also there is a breaking point where it starts being like, yeah, but I mean, the players could also just pay attention in the duties they're doing. I think in terms of favorite trial, I think it would be Seed of Sacrifice. Nicofit says, I personally really like Eden Shiva. Yeah, I was about to say, but that's not a trial. But indeed, it is basically almost a trial. More and more, as time passes, the question of what really makes the difference between a trial and a normal raid gets blurrier and blurrier. Yeah, something like that as Metricon. I feel like back in ARR, it probably made better sense to distinguish them, because raids, you know, also sometimes was straight up just the ads part of a dungeon. And I see two basically saying, yeah, but trials are MSQ related. Yeah, now! In Shadowbringers was the last time I believe they did, well, aside from the Hildebrand one in Endwalker, but aside from that, like basically back in Shadowbringers saying, well, trials are MSQ related would not be correct. We're basically, trials have moved over to basically being a single boss fight akin to an well, trials have become a single boss fight, as they have almost always been, combined with it's MSQ related, where normal raids have moved away from being anything but a single boss fight. And even so, Yannick, M8 has that one. Oh yeah, that one is really weird. In ARR, where's the optional the quote-unquote optional trials? That's also true, Zvox, but it does still feel strange that the way to differentiate between trials and raids is by their difficulty when you go up one more difficulty level. Although I would also say, based on what I have seen of other players, it's a lot more likely that a less experienced player will have trouble with a normal raid boss than a trial. Congratulations, Matthew! Did you get loot? That is actually an interesting point, Darth, because I feel like Dawntrail Trial 2 also wrecks a lot of first-timers. And I actually, now that I think about it, the second trial in Endwalker, no, not Endwalker, sorry, the second trial in Shadowbringers, while it doesn't like outright wreck and wipe people, it does have some points where you could just get smacked. And the second trial in Stormblood has the funny extra button, and if you don't use it, you're just dead. And the second trial in Heavensward is Bismarck. My point is, actually, now that I think about it, I feel like it's quite frequent that the second boss or the second trial of an expansion is strangely challenging in a way. Like, more so than 1 and 3. The janky spinning in and out swords are pretty... have a tendency to get people. As Metricon says, it's Bismarck's challenge to not fall asleep. Actually, the challenge is making sure that the two serpents don't stack on top of each other. Which would be a problem if you fell asleep. But I mean, I would also say Asymmetricon, Bismarck is competing with Ravana and Thornton. So I'm just saying, while Ravana is much more of a spectacle, I would say between those three, Bismarck, normal, is probably the hardest. You know, let's try Machinist. 6-minute replacement. Oh boy. What confuses me here is why didn't they just start?
Have you heard? Princess Fee is here.
Foreign entities detected. Proceeding with removal.
Oh wait, I should not be using auto crossbow. Flamethrowers again on 2.
Your smile means all is
And that's what I mean, Necrophits. With a tank, a heal, and a DPS, you could probably progress this if you're scared that the pulls were a little hard, so you don't want to do big pulls. Then, you know, fair, okay, but nothing, just sitting there waiting. Really? You sure? Oh, whoops, that was way too early Bioblaster again. It's even weirder, Kraken Mo. It's 3 combat mentors, which usually is a dead giveaway that it's mentor roulette players, and 1 crafting mentor. Exactly, Yannick. Something like that. Which makes Flamethrower gain on 2 when you actually consider the gauge stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was a Sprout that queued in and then they changed their mind. I don't actually have any buffs, so it doesn't really matter when I send the battery gauge. I can just use it. You see, the funny thing is, Necrophytes, if you don't have any buffers, then sending a 50 or 100 robot is all the same. Makes no difference. Like, if you have no buffs to think about, it doesn't do anything. Name you. Hope you're doing well. For 80 Rook, isn't that way correct? Yes and no. Rook Auto Turret gains a very, very small amount of potency per extra battery over 50. Like, relative to just 250 battery turrets. 100 battery turret is slightly better. I do believe I covered in one of my Mythbuster videos. But it is so small that basically if you sitting on that gauge... I didn't actually mean to use Flamethrower that early, but if you sitting on that gauge means that you overcap on battery or something, then you have lost damage. That is how little it matters. That's how small of a difference it makes. Do rooks change target after your main target dies? I do believe so, yes. It'll attack whatever you targeted first until it's dead, and then it'll target something new if that, like, if it runs out of target to hit. Thank you, Erdl. That was very quickly found. It actually, they used to last longer based on how much battery you used, Mew. Then they changed it to make sure that that they always fit inside raid buffs. But back when the battery actually affected the duration, the exact potency gain for more battery was really complicated, if I remember correctly.
Security breach confirmed. Initiating level 5 security protocol.
Advice that can help for Necromancer? I don't. I don't have the Necromancer title. But Yannick might. There's like a revolving door of robots right here. I sent one, and by the time that it's leaving, I can send another one. That is the future of Machinist if it keeps developing in the way that it does. More and more battery gauge until you just have endless battery gauge. The sign of whether you're doing your rotation right is whether you're generating enough battery gauge that the queen is always on the field. Something worth thinking about, Mew, is that different potions have different cooldowns and different like HP thresholds and different like percentage heals. I don't think hyper potions are the best ones at level 60 in Palace of the Dead. I might remember wrong, but I feel like that sounds wrong. Yeah, exactly. If we actually hit the infinite turret, then we've gone full circle again, because that's how it was originally. How long range is this? I'm hitting the ones that are alive.
They've done it! They've preserved the Queen's... We can't give up! Not until keep complete!
Good night, cat. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's correct, Mew, but all you need to know is you basically have to look at it and go, well, is that much percent of HP? Like, how much HP do I have? And consider whether it's, like, whether it's still maxed out.
Attempting removal via incision. Re-attempting removal via incision. Removal failed. Commencing extermination sequence. Attempting extermination.
A key thing to remember about... Yeah, exactly, I was just about to say that, Gothix. A key thing to remember about that specific potion is that it is unique, so you can only have one.
Purging my armaments. Acquiring target. Exterminating.
Naomi says, why does it have a 30-second cooldown? Because I believe it shares cooldown with, like, potions in general.
Final attack sequence.
Hey, Bobblers, hope you're doing well.
Attempting annihilation via high-powered energy discharge. Energy accumulation complete. Initiating final attack protocol. Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation. Attempting total annihilation. Annihilation. Annihilation.
It's been a while since I've seen this one actually resolve. I remember, like, early in Dawntrail that I specifically mentioned that bit at the end with the partition overlapping with the line from the side, overlapping with the donut, as like, by the way, take note of this one because people often get hit by it. Now you, like, often you don't see it. Yeah, it's specifically if you have, like, the key thing that that breaks here is that max potions has 30%, while super and hyper potions is 25. Right, Dalmar. I'll have you know, this is actually the last one that we're going into. If you want to see what it is that that we were aiming for all this time. This next one is the last one. Again, I'll probably queue as a... I think I'll queue as a healer if it doesn't work very quickly. True, unless I fail, yeah. We'll go Scholar instead. Imagine it was Sephiroth Extreme. You know what? This is perfect. This is genuinely there is no better option than this. This is basically like the and not because it's going to guaranteed work, it's because of course it would be a guild test and of course it would be under the armor. Right? Of course it would. Although we have 2 classes, that's something. I hope Mensa will notice me. 5. $10 points, yeah. Ta-ta! Almost looks like some sort of like addition to the glasses. How many was it tonight? That was number 27. It is absolutely poetic that we would end. Like, I had expected this for so long. It was like, imagine I would do something special for 1,000. And duty number 1,000 is... And we did it while we had 69 likes. Like... Fantastic. I'm pretty sure that the duty I've gotten the most in Mental Roulette, at least since Dawntrail, is under the armor, and I'm pretty sure it's not even close. But consider this, for those that didn't know we were doing 27 before we started. How many guild tests was that total over 1,000 mental roulettes? I don't know over 1,000 because I didn't count from 0. But over somewhere around 800 of them? Something like that? It's like 250 of them, thereabouts. As I said near the start, when we, like, or actually not near the start, when we had like 9 duties and only one of them was a guild test, I was like, I'm due a guild test or 2. Because my average is like 30% guild tests. And of those guild tests, I don't know how many of them are under the armor, but if someone said, oh yeah, if 50% of your guild tests are under the armor, I'd be like, sure, that sounds believable. Why not? Yannick says, I'm really surprised Sprouts queue for it and not just commendation farmers. You see, the funny thing is, some people queue for it for commendations, some people queue for it because there's a first clear rate, or like a first clear bonus for every job, except ones that are newer than Stormblood, I believe. For some reason. And there's also the part that I have been told that some mentors will legit like either like convince a friend or straight up pay someone to just spam under the armor to like jank up the mentor roulette to make it more likely that they get something easy like under the armor. But yeah, we finally hit halfway. Bobler says, after getting my 200 guild test... Oh yeah, there's the achievement too. For doing 200 guild tests. I don't know where it is, but I would say if you have any intentions of doing the mentor roulette grind, then there is no reason to manually queue 200 guild tests. I got that one for free. Hey Suzaku, hope you're doing well, and thank you. Exactly, Matthew. Now we just have to do it one more time. Yeah, many of those rewards are like outfit items that I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, I'm not gonna use it. So it sits nicely there. Where I can just grab it if I one day want it. Yeah, that was the halfway point. That was the halfway point. And now we just need to do it all again. One whole more time. Actually more than that, because I did some mentor roulettes before I started streaming it. And I believe, I am actually pretty sure that... I think I'm pretty sure I reached 200 before Dawntrail. Something like that. I'm pretty sure I finished off at 200 before Dawntrail. So just the Dawntrail part. Well, Erica says, are you going to keep doing it after you got all the achievements for content, or would you stop after? I don't know. I could imagine that I would just stop there. And maybe do some other project. It's possible, considering the if you consider the length of this journey, it is possible that I won't finish. Like, hypothetically, it's possible that, considering how long it might take, the remaining 1,000 would probably take a year and a half still. Even at this pace. And who knows? Maybe in a year I'm not interested anymore, or maybe in a year there's some other reason that I'm not continuing. Whatever. It's possible that I don't even finish, but I have a feeling that if I do finish, that I will do something else instead. But yeah. Maybe Kai moves to Final Fantasy 11. Extreme Roulette when it's added in 8.0, imagine. It is a little bit like with the Live Quest achievements, where it's like the achievement is so long that there's something to be said that life changes in the time where you do it. Either way, is that an actual thing? No. It's just memes. Imagine if Extreme Roulette was added in 8.0. But yeah, that was 6 hours of mentor roulettes. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it does help me a ton if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream and like other people to enjoy it as well. So thanks so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link right there in the chat. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else I'm doing in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. And you'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when I put them out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video or stream, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts so you can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, or you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's the Ko-Fi link that Adel posted right there in the chat. It all helps support me and the channel directly so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thanks so much for the support. But that'll be all from me tonight, so good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!